Good morning. It's 0812, the 13th of March, 2024. Wow. Time flies while you're having fun, huh? So, what we're looking at here is looking to open higher in range, pretty much. Yesterday was quite if you want to think about old market profile terminology, this is a P-shaped profile if you really squint. And that would suggest short covering. B is a B-shaped profile. Would be, obviously, it depends on which side. In the old days, the market profiles were drawn as they are over here. So here we have a P shape, and that's short covering. A B-shaped profile, like this one, is long liquidation. Here's an even better one. Long liquidation, that's the old idea. So we're looking to open pretty much a balanced overnight, real Gaussian distribution here. Sorry for my throat. Looking to open higher in range. So what I will do now is go to my statistics, my TLAB setting. So this is going to be a higher in range. This is the opening statistics based solely on the opening position against close. Higher out of range, which is gap up, higher in range, lower in range, and lower out of range, gap down. That's all. Doesn't keep track of what news report is out or, whatever else happened. The only variables are the relative position of the open against the close. So we're going to have a 82.6% of the time, 457 instances out of 1,924 days, that the overnight point of control was touched. That's all there is to these statistics. And what I do now is I will bring this over here and we will look at the overnight point of control, which is right here under the right under the previous close. We'll put 82.6. That's all there is to it. These are the levels of which are pushed from IRT. I manually input these, and then I manually input these higher time frame levels, which is wherever it went. All-time high is up here. This is also the MC high, and the high volume nodes are pushed from the macro or the MC or the micro composite profile from IRT. This one's automatic. Let me turn on this different screen here. This is a little easier to see. This is automatic. There. This is automatic cloud notes. This is manual. This is manual. And of course, this is the full session volume profile. So this started at 1700 last night. You can see what a tight Gaussian distribution this is. 35 to 47, so 12 points all night. And this is the RTH volume profile. This was yesterday, and it will reset today. This is the chart volume profile, which just charts what you see on the left. If I scroll out, it goes to nothing. If I scroll in, it goes up. That's all there is to it. All right, so that's that. And I will continue to input these as we head in towards the open. I also have a post that I put to the TLAB every morning at 8:20, so I post this view just to help folks that don't have IRT or whatever else have an understanding of where the levels are, what's going on with all of these various levels, where we stand in relationship to each other, to previous days, etc. I do that at 8:20 every morning just to try to contribute a little bit. The TLAB is a book map Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. Whatever. I believe he's the real deal, which is such a rarity these days on the internet. He doesn't have it. The most important thing, the first thing that I think is probably the most important is there's nothing to sell. So that's pretty unique. And he has a similar philosophy to mine. So I guess that's why I relate to it. He's been trading about 44 years as a professional trader for his own account. I think he managed money early on, but anyway, so there you are. That's and there's a link to that. You have to join the Bookmap Discord, obviously, to be able to get there. But after that, it's completely free. There's nobody honking you to buy Bookmap. You don't have to subscribe to Bookmap or any of that. But it's a really good, valuable resource. I highly recommend the T-Lab. Bookmap Discord T-Lab. All right, so a couple of minutes, I'll put this post out. And there we are. Now, in the meantime, I'll continue with this. So we've got the overnight mid at 77.8. And come on, Mr. Mouse, where'd you go? There we go. Overnight mid. Where's that hiding? That ought to be right down in here someplace. Funny that none of these levels are showing up. Let me just widen this out a bit here and see what we see. And they're just stacked on top of each other. Now, I don't reset mid and VWAP for the overnight session. They will all reset automatically when the RTH volume profile kicks in, because I typically chart. That's what I typically trade. So that might be confusing to some people. I don't know. Yeah. So here's the overnight low. There's the overnight high. Those are a couple of big ones. Overnight high at 75.0. There we go. And the overnight low. How low can you go? It's 49.7. My eyes are toast. There we Okay. Previous. Well, the close is 69.1. That's right here. So the two of them are together, I guess. And I'll check some of these values out to make sure that I'm correct. This is kind of if one's under the other one, it doesn't know which one to display first. So I'm not sure how to change that. I'm not going to bother. It's not that big a deal for me. Previous high is 55.9. It's right there. And we're at 21. So I got to get this post out. And I will do that now. Excuse me again. I have never realized that I cleared my throat frequently until I started doing this stream. That's pretty interesting. Well, I don't know about interesting, but it was a surprise to me. All right, so I will continue to update these levels now. Pretty much have them, I think. Let's confirm a couple here. 52.39. Yeah. So this is the RTH VPOC is right here under the previous close. That seems to be correct. Rest of the levels are probably okay. I guess we could put the value area high and low in there. Value area, previous value area low is 55.5. Where is that? Oh. Yeah, well, we're not going to have anything there. I'm going to get rid of some of these things here. The we had such an up day, and we've traded above that VPOC. So the previous VPOC is right up here at this brighter yellow line, which hasn't been reset yet. So I will move my naked volume point of control up here for the previous. Now, the way these lines work, I don't have any indicators on my chart, but I do have the full session VPOC, which is kind of a darker yellow. That's this session right here. This is the RTH session, which was yesterday, and we'll reset here in a couple of minutes, 8 minutes, 7 minutes, is the brighter yellow. Then there's if we find it down here somewhere, there's that. Now it's moved, you see. The overnight VPOC has moved up here. So there we go. It moved from here to here, you see. That's how that works. And the previous POC is right there. Now, this is the correlated market of the NQ, only by movement, not by price, obviously. We have the other lines on my chart are the VWAP and the mid. And they will center off RTH once it opens. I don't care about them overnight. And I don't have to, I've set this up this way so that I don't ever have to change anything. It's all automatic at the open. Everything falls right into place and all the lines stay where I am familiar with them. And that's the end of that. I don't have to change start times or do anything else. So that's pretty handy. All right. So I'm not sure why I'm not seeing this, except that it's maybe here, off a tick, maybe in kind of some goofy levels since the rollover, which was Monday, the 11th. Didn't do that. You're on the M contract for both. We're on the M contract here. We rolled from H. And we're going to open in 5 minutes. So I'll be right back. Okay, now where are we here? We're going to open in 3 minutes. I guess I better turn on, I'll run through how this works. Turn on the charting or the trading facility. So first enable multi-brackets, which shuts off automatically anytime you go on replay, or if you shut off Bookmap, which I do every night after the RTH close, and then restart it at the full session open. So this is my risk neutral package of 2 lots with stops at 12 ticks. First scale is at 12 ticks. Next scale is 24, which can be changed. That means that the minute I have I've reached a positive 12 ticks, the second contract is paid for and the trade is risk neutral. The worst that can happen to you is scratch, which is quite a pleasure. Now that that's been enabled, got to come over here and, where do I go? Here we go. Wrong button. Got to come over here and enable both because I initiate trades from the keyboard and then manipulate them with the mouse. Make sure that this bracket's done. If you've got multi-brackets on, this is automatically disabled, and it's 2 lots, so that's correct. So now I am ready to trade if I wanted to. And we're getting ready to open here. And I'm a little curious about this. I'm going to move to the full session, my charting software, which is this setup. When we have the open, I will move from a full session to the RTH charting for both the ES and the NQ. This is the multi composite or micro composite, I guess you would say. Simply 1 day, full day RTH bars where price overlaps. That's it. This is a market profile. There you go. All right. And I'm going to do something here. It gets weird. I don't know why. There we go. All right. We're going to open here in about a minute and a half, or seconds, I should say. And I would anticipate that we're going to have some top, as was the overnight. So I'm not excited to jump in here. And boom, we're open. Now you'll see how the RTH sessions restarted. VWAP and mid both jumped right up here where they belong. And this is the first POC, which I track with this migrating POC flag. Obviously now it's easy to see, but as the day progresses, this will scroll off the page and, there you go. Now we're up here and back down here again. I can't go under that because it's right on top of all of these other flags. So there's that. Now I'll go back to IRT, set these for the full set or the RTH session. And there we go. All right. So here we're off like a herd of turtles here. What do we got now? Well, we got another one here. So it's one of the things that's worth mentioning. The VPOC is the volume point of control. Nothing mystical or magical. It is simply the price where the most volume is traded. As this volume changes, this will move. That's all there is to it. Obviously, in the beginning of the session, these volumes are very light, and so the thing moves around a lot. It's much more volatile. As the day progresses, it takes a lot more volume to move the volume point of control. I put these flags on here because at some point, this yellow line will continue to track faithfully. But after a while, it's scrolled off the left of the page. So you don't know where this volume has been for a price check. Are they going up there to see if it's still too high, et cetera? Now we've got some big stuff happening over here. As I said before, I'm not going to be over the moon crazy to engage. And another part of my trade plan, I must have clear sailing to the first scale. In other words, there has got to be no obstacle between entry and the first scale, which is 3 points or 12 ticks. And I've got to get this, since the rollover, these brackets have been, or these algos have been bracketing price real tight. And then if you were to see, I consider liquidity to be an obstacle. So if you look here, there's no room between price and liquidity. So there's no place to trade. And that's not very fun, to say the least. And there we are at yesterday's close. The IB low and the IB high are nothing mysterious. They're just the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trade, period. They continue to go, low goes down as price goes down, high IB high goes up as price goes up, and then at the end of the first hour, they don't move anymore. And there's a pretty high statistic that says one or the other will be taken out by the trade in the balance of the RTH day. Could be 1 second after 9:30, could be 1 second before the close at 1600. So you don't know that part, but there you are. It's 95 or 6% of the time. Yeah. And so here's the previous day RTH. Here's our open. These green lines are track the IB high and low. I don't put any of that stuff over on Bookmap. Why? I have two screens. My monitors are 32-inch 4Ks, and I have them side by side here on my four. I've got a one rack of 4 monitors and then a couple others up to the left. So why bother, right? I don't need to clutter up things. And this is cluttered up enough with this. I've got to get straight with how to get these done, and I'm going to sneeze, so hold on. Wow. All right. So we've moved down once again here. We have a developing, migrating VPOC. There you go. And both of them are moving down now. So you would imagine that we're going to trade lower. But we're only in the market 5 minutes. Yeah. There you go. Wow. I'm having a sinus revolt here. Sorry, stand by. Okie dokie. Maybe see how that works out. So we are migrating the VPOC lower, and that typically would indicate that we're looking for lower ground. However, as I said earlier, until I get this figured out exactly with the book map, heat map here, I don't have any place to trade. This is 39, this is 38, so there's 1 point before the obstacle, and that doesn't work in my trade plan. My trading philosophy or trade plan, higher level, is that this is a business of statistics and probabilities. You capture as many instances as you can, minimum 50 for a statistically significant data set or subset of the same exact criteria around a setup. For example, VPOC migration. All right. You capture 50 instances of data where that has been an opening higher in range and the context is down. All those things have to be the same. Otherwise, if there's many variables, it's not statistically significant, right? So once you have done that, you determine if that setup and those criteria present you with a positive edge or a percentage. If it does, then you take every instance of that presents itself, of that setup that presents itself, and the law of large numbers will manifest positively in your account. The first and most prevalent example of that, of course, is a casino. They figured out that there's a whatever the percentage edge is on 21, I don't know. They figured that out, and they deal every hand of 21 exactly the same. Cards in the shoe, payout rules, everything is exactly the same. And they deal as many of them as they can in a 24-hour, 365 period. And it's pretty obvious how the law of large numbers is manifesting for the casinos. Who's making the money? Yeah. So that's basically that's what trading really is. It's not a video game or an adrenaline rush or any of that stuff. And here we go for the overnight low. I got to figure this thing out. This is driving me crazy, this heat map story, because it's just not workable for me. I don't know what to do here, frankly. This is just uppercut off. I don't want that. Lower cut off. That's pretty terrible. Doesn't, these things are still within 3 points. Is that really a volume? Is 100? I would want to see this down here at 200, like I have it here. For liquidity, I don't know. Let's see how this works. So yeah, if you got in right at the open, short, and were a confident gambler because you didn't have any statistics to go on, you're just now scaled 3 points. So there, 4. So scaled a second ago. That's why I try to keep this always wound in about here, so I have some perspective. These are 50 cents or 2 ticks increments. Gives me some perspective of what the hell is going on in the market. Here's the open. So we're trending down. You could call this, and accurately so, the opening swing low. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, that was noisy. That was pretty noisy. Now we're coming up below mid, VWAP, and VPOC. And notice that both the full session and the current session or RTH session VPOCs are aligned at this point. That's nothing for me to do here. This is the RVPOC, which is exactly correct. Below that is the full session, which you can't see. It'd be the open, or no, it's the VWAP. I'm sorry. Yep. And mid and developing value area. One note is the developing value area low and developing value area high are for the session that's currently trading. It is developing. The value area high and the value area low are from the previous RTH session, not ETH. And you can do whatever you want to do, but that's how I do it. I tend to feel that taking these early morning trades right off the open like that, I mean, obviously, in hindsight, right? RMT, rear view mirror trading. You look at this, you go, yeah, well, that's that's some responsive selling, and that's a short, no problem. But is it? It doesn't fit any of the criteria in my life. And I tend to think that that's kind of FOMO and people being real excited to be trading. So it doesn't work for me. And therefore, I generally stay off of these. There's not 3 points to a liquidity or an obstacle. These are all right on top of each other. Yes, there's a VPOC migration lower. Yeah, there was 1, 2 times. This little stupidness here at the beginning. Who knows? Are you going to call this the opening high swing? I mean, I don't know. Now it may continue down and start a big sell-off, in which case a short, I'll be kicking my ass that I didn't take a short. What? And these slow, grindy kind of days are tough for me. And here we go with the big VPOC migration lower. These cannot be taken mechanically, in my opinion. And we might see why here in a second. We have a thing called, actually, Tom's got a thing called price check at aisle 3, which they'll come up here and see if this is really too high. And remember, this is the full session VPOC. May not, may just test up here and sell off. That's very possible too. And it's also worth noting that I am probably too conservative or risk averse. We've extended that IB low, down here again. Yeah, now this is not going to set until 9:30. Okay. Have to remember that. However, there is a new stat called the IB30, which some clever guy in T-Lab did this math on. And there's a very high probability that the IB low or high of the first 30 minutes is extended in the second 30 minutes. It's not the IB stat, but they now call that the IB30 and the old original one as the IB60. And I'll refer to them as that going forward. And so here's a bunch of people that got short. They didn't get a scale. It's 2 points. And what's going to happen? Don't know. Is it going to sell off and continue down, or is it going to come up through there and get up here to the mid and VWAP? It looks like it's going south, but that would be in continuation of the context, which so far this morning is down. However, the overall context of the market from yesterday is up, and overnight was up. So this looks kind of like responsive selling or profit taking, and then they could turn around and head north. And of course, the minute I say that, the POC nudges down another little bit. I'll be quite pleased. I described my philosophy about the trading business, and I will be real pleased when I have the proper size data sets captured for the various setups so that they can be just taken mechanically, pretty much, because that's how you do it. After you have established that a specific setup, let's take it, for example, the VPOC migration. I'm not saying I have this vetted, but let's say that I did, and I have a positive statistic that makes me 10%. The statistic can be 60-40 or whatever it is, as long as it's positive, okay? A positive edge, they call it, or expectancy, or probability. Pick one. Pick a name that you want. Once that's been identified, you take every instance of that setup that presents, but it must be specific. There's got to be the same criteria around, and not just VPOC migration. It must have the same criteria. In other words, context is down. This is not good because it's open higher in range. So that's contrary to a down move. But if in fact all of the instances where the open was higher in range, the initial context was down, and and you had VPOC migration down, was there an edge identified? Once that's done, then you just put them on. And the market is random. It's 50-50 whether you're going to have a positive or negative outcome. That's the probability of the very next trade, always. So the idea is that you just let the law of large numbers manifest to your account positively, and you could take several losses in a row. Absolutely. And if somebody got on this right at the deal, they're up 10 points, right? So there's 10 points, essentially 10 points from this swing high down here. If they and maybe that's the idea. Maybe just throw them on and allow them, the magic of trading to manifest for you or to play out or whatever, however you want to look at it. And my problem is that I'm risk averse and I don't want to take, I know that everybody takes stops, myself included, but I try to be as disciplined as I can to avoid or to minimize them. Because, in any business, you want to minimize loss, right? I think that's pretty plain as a nose on your face. There are some psychological things to always keep in mind also. There probably is bigger than the technical parts. FOMO, fear of missing out, all of the monkey mind stuff that, kept us alive in the Jurassic period or wherever the hell we lived, started out, out in the jungle somewhere or on the savannah. The natural tendency of a human mind to see patterns. That's helped us out a lot when we were looking for stuff that wanted to eat us. But in this point, trading, it's probably the big counterproductive to success, those things. FOMO being one of the greatest. There's a lot of people that are just burning up, seeing that they missed this 10-point drop, and they're just dying to get on it. That's called FOMO, fear of missing out. And I don't know how, I guess I could have, you see, had I had, well, no, there was not 3 points. You start to think, oh, look at those VPOC migrations. I should have taken those because I do have positive expectancy on VPOC migrations, but not without 3 points criteria, which is a big criteria to the first scale. So right here, there's not 3 points, right? It's 29 to 28 or 39 to 38. That's a point to the this bracketing crap. I don't know how to get around that. And maybe I've just mucked up my settings somehow, but it seems to me like the damn thing is bracketed so close that I don't know what to do about it. I guess is the bottom line. Now here was a little, is this too high? Is this too low? They came up here. They didn't get a lot of participation. 113 stops went out. 111 stops went out right up here above the swing high. And now they're back down here again. Yesterday was a textbook risk neutral trade that worked out just magically. And by a complete stroke of luck, I did not edit my T2 target to a lower identified price level and happened to get my target my target was hit for T1 and T2, and the T2 target turned out to be the low of the day. Just, certainly not by skill or planning. I think I actually have that over here. There you go. Here was my entry, my scale. I didn't move my target down here to the overnight low because of this liquidity right here at the naked volume point of control. was taken out, and one tick for the low of the day, and up she went. And that was literally the low of the day. If you come over here, whoops. Didn't want to do that. Sorry about that. If you come over here, that was right here. So yeah, pretty good reason to not monkey with your trades. This is kind of a relaxing time. This is spring break for my wife and daughter, so no school run this morning, and no, I can watch through the end of the market or the close, which I am never able to do. Typically, this week, I've actually even put some of my other responsibilities on hold for the balance of this week and Monday, so I can focus on trading and a couple of things I wanted to get across here. And I'm going to grab a bottle of water. All right. Ooh, big sell off there. The second I go get water, isn't that funny? I wouldn't, wasn't going to activate there, but still, timing's everything. And what the hell is this doing? Who knows? I don't know where they're going. I don't know what they're thinking. Globex low we have down there and the IB low are both together. And there, Globex is the full session. In the old days, it was called Globex. The continuous full session. Trades from 1700 Central Standard Time till 1600 Central Standard Time, which is the times on my systems. And whenever I speak about time, it's Central Standard. This week we had daylight savings roll off on Sunday morning, and then the rollover on Monday. So that was lots of confused folks out there. Fortunately, IRT is real bulletproof when it comes to rollover, and it obviously pays attention to daylight savings, time zones, because it's based on the machine clock. But Bookmap does require changes on session start times. They apparently don't regular correlate those to the computer machine or machine time for whatever reason. They are developed in Bookmaps in Israel, I think. I'm pretty sure. That's where the company is. IRT is in Georgia or someplace in the United States. That might have something to do with it. I don't know, but I suspect that probably Israel doesn't have daylight savings time changes. I don't know. I mean, I lived in Malaysia for 11 years, and they definitely do not. So I got kind of used to changing my machine around when daylight savings would come and go in America. And it was great. Market would open at 21:30 or 22:30 in KL. So it's a nice, quiet focus period. Back to the scene of whatever that was. Stops, I guess. And here we come back to the VPOC. Now, there is no trade from the VPOC out. That's called diddle in the middle or the middle out. The only trade time that I entertain a trade on that around the VPOC is when there is a VPOC migration. Otherwise, that's called diddling in the middle. And that's, an old, it's just common sense. Think about it. That's the price most traded so far in the day. Well, what's likely to happen there? It's likely to trade back and forth over that price, more so than any other. So, if you want to get your butt handed to you, Merry Christmas. And here we go up to VPOC and perhaps mid. Now, there is structured trade in the T-Lab. VPOC / mid, one or the other, to VPOC. So this could be, we got a little migration up here. If there was range of 3 points here, this could be construed as a pullback or entry point in a continuation lower. That's not saying I'm going to do that or that anybody is that anybody else will, but I'm just saying that's one of the possibilities. You see, this is the RTH mid and the RTH VWAP, and there they are. There's the VWAP, and there's the mid. And this is a full session VPOC, which happens to be now aligned with the RTH session. Okay. So now what are we doing here? Well, it came right back up to the VPOC, and now they are going to get everybody excited about more down move and probably catch a whole bunch of people on their back foot, I guess. I don't know. I'm going to make every effort not to be one of those people. And I'm just going to watch this here for a bit. It's 9 o'clock. So now we are in a position for the world famous, drum roll please, IB30 stat, which I explained earlier is just a clever fellow in the T-Lab did some statistics that there's a very high possibility or probability that the IB low or high will be further extended in the second 30 minutes of trading. After which, then the IB is set and will no longer migrate. And that's the original IB stat, which they all now refer to, and I will refer to as the IB60. So here we are at the VWAP and mid, baby. Now what's going to happen? So there's not enough range. It's 35. And the first obstacle is 33. It gets up to 36. There would be just enough range to scale to the POC, but it's not enough here for me. Oops. Now I'm going to see what's going on in the world. Here we are, VPOC to VPOC, blah, blah, blah. Now we're up to the mid. So there would now be range to the VPOC if we got in a position where we were doing mean reversion. Mean reversion meaning outside edge in, but all these buyers hitting up here are stops being taken out. These are all short stops being filled above the mid and the VPOC. Retail traders historically slap their stops above there. So yeah. Now what am I doing? Where's my mouse? Where's everything? Where am I? What day is it? I'm going to put the Be Right Back music on and mute my mic so I don't start talking to myself and scare everybody. That was a good I was busy looking at something else, but that was a nice developing value area high test, and then short back down. So that would have been a pretty viable setup if there was enough range, and there was not. 3 points to the first obstacle, which is the mid. So, yeah, boomer. Anyway, I'm gonna finish my email here, and there you go. Okay, so it looks like that was a pretty nice mean reversion trade, actually. Just for me, not because there wasn't the range, but a mean reversion is essentially outside edge in. And if you look at this, what's on the chart here, it's maybe a little clearer, but here we got up here to the outside edge and reverted down to the mean pretty much exactly. And now we're going back up again. So that's kind of how that works. So per my understood plan here, I hope, there's not enough range here for me to be doing anything with these little rotations back and forth from outside edge to mid. If other people are good at that, great. I'm not saying my way is the only way to go, but it's the way I'm going to go. So there's no range here to the first obstacle or the second obstacle to get down here to the mid or to the VPOC. Yeah. And it was 38 to 33. So that's a 5-point move in total if nothing went wrong. Here we did it again, but not even close to enough range. So it looks to me like choppy retail soup, baby. had gotten busy typing something and didn't notice that we were. Now there wasn't. We're testing here. There wasn't enough range from these areas, VWAP and mid, which is a structured trade, to the VPOC. However, if we test back up here, we've got the IB low down here, and that stat has not been taken on either end. I would suggest that that's probably going to happen to the lower side, by location. We're way below mid, way below VPOC, and below the VWAP, and IB low is right here. So it's likely that we're going to go down there and take that out. And that stat was locked in place as of 9:30. It doesn't mean we're going to do that, but in this damn stuff here, I got to figure out what's going on here. If I could change these somehow, I don't know what to think. I don't think I will trade right here, even though this test up would have been more or less a setup to the IB low. The problem is I've been focused elsewhere, and so I've noticed in myself that if I drop back into the market cold, I tend to make a big mistake. So I'm not going to do that at this point. I was talking about the developing value area low and the VPOC here when we test up to the bottom of those and then sell down to the IV. Let's just watch and see what happens. Let's assume that I went short right here when I started talking. So let's just magically guess a short at 32. I'll put hypothetical there, I guess. I'll put a hypothetical short at 32. Just for the hell of it. And see if we get down to here, which would be, let's see, what is that? That's about 3175 to 28. So that's not really the scale. 29, 30, 31. That's only 2 points to the target. So that is not a good trade and wouldn't be. I didn't take it, but hypothetically, let's see what happens. Just out of the corner of my eye, I'll keep an eye on that and keep the narration going here. So we're testing back up to that spot. The entry would be this developing value area low, RV, POC, blah, 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 migrate. There's been no migration, and it's pretty clear how I feel about trading around the VPOC. But in this case, we're moving lower. We have a statistic down here, and here's what's going to happen, right? It's not going to, this is this is where you're going, oh crap. So now our stop would be right here. Stop would be right here, and we would have been just on the verge of stopping out, and highly likely because it's right on the other side of POC. So do we take this test of the POC above the developing value area high for the IB low? Remember that this statistic is 95% that either the IB low or the IB high will be taken out in the regular trading session period. It doesn't say when. Could be 1 second after 9:30. Could be 1 second before 1600. So, it's that's not one of the criteria in the statistics study. And now we're just, slapping around on the VPOC. And so that's really stupid. Haven't stopped out yet. 51.75, 31.75, 2.75, 3.75, 4.75. So our stop would be right up here at this ETH low, which is a terrible spot, right below, between POC and mid and VWAP. That's got goodbye written all over it. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see if it gets up here and stops us out, or if this is all hypothetical, just what if. When I noticed this down here, tested the developing value area high in POC, and I thought, well, let's see if targeting the IB low would have been viable. And in my opinion, it would not. How am I doing here? Where did that go? Where the hell did this guy go? Oh, here we are. Oh, baby, one tick to the one tick to the stop. You see how that can screw with your brain? And it's going to be, there you are, stopped out right there. Now, purely hypothetical, I wasn't in the trade, nor would I have been, but you see, targeting the level, big down move, feller, boom, nothing. So, yeah, that's why having the proper range is so important. And this, is typical when you approach VWAP or mid from below that the retail guys sell it down. The problem is there's not enough range between VWAP and POC, which is the target or the first obstacle. There's only two handles there. So that's not, that's a big no-no. Now I'm going to get upstairs here and see what the hell is going on. Yeah, there you go, Tom. Yeah, so I'm just looking. I happened to be in the T lab. Somebody asked Tom if the VWAP to VPOC is qualified, and his answer was, just as I've said several times earlier, no. There's not enough range between them. We're in a balanced rotational period, and there's not enough range between the VWAP and the VPOC. So there you go. Oh, I love it when I'm right, baby. That's of course not any criteria. I was purely joking. You're never right or wrong when you're trading. That's one of the things that's real important to get your head around. It is a completely random business, and the outcome is random. That's why you find a statistically significant edge and then take every instance that presents, and the law of large numbers will bring the revenue to your account. There's no possible way you're going to ever get 100% win rate. I mean, people that do that are bullshitting. It's bullshit and bus tickets, as an old friend of mine from Africa used to say. That's what it is. Anybody says they don't take stops, then you just need to cut off whatever it is that you're listening to and move on, because that's crap. That is crap. Okay. Hit the be right back and be right back. righty, and I'm going to have to, I don't have to, but this rotational stuff is going to continue, in my opinion. You see this right over here. This is retail soup. Look at the perfect distribution. And we're just, trading across it or consolidating. Yeah, some people can probably trade that and do fine. I don't, because there's not, as I've said countless times this morning, there's not enough range ahead of the location for the first scale. And that's off-putting to me. So I'm going to just go on the side here and have breakfast and, keep an eye on things. Jump back in if something develops, some sort of directional move. Okay, now, so we've taken out the IB high right here, and we've taken out a, a whole bunch of retail traders, I'm sure, with all of this with all of this chop. Just got the IB high right here, this trade right there, and so we still have previous high above and the ETH high, which are both statistics. And I am going to go do a few things here with the family this afternoon. Get some go to the exciting stuff. Go to the eye doctor, whatever else. So I'm going to not trade here. I'm certainly not going to just wait in cold and take a trade at this point. And I'm going to wind the stream off and wish you all well until tomorrow. Not going to jump in cold. And this would be a nice mean reversion trade. This was the stops out, outside edge. This is the IB or the VPOC for the regular trading session. This volume profile. This one, this muted yellow, is for the full session. So this would be basically the obstacles. There's mid is right underneath it there, and the VWAP, and then the VPOC. So this is a pretty nice trigger, a pretty well-defined trigger. We got a stops out, pull back up to exhaustion, 274 to 10, and then trading lower. So that would have been a relatively good setup for mean reversion. But I was getting ready for other things here. So I'm going to go out and do some real exciting family stuff this afternoon, go to the eye doctor, spring break kind of things. So good luck. I'm going to shut off the stream now so I'm not tempted to take a trade. And there you go.